Everyone, it is 6:01 p.m. and we will go ahead and start the meeting. Our first item on the agenda is to make sure that we have quorum, and if you're here today, go ahead and identify yourself, starting from my right.
Jessica Ochoa, present.
Carlos Margo, present.
Anita Chavez, present.
Alisa Peña, present.
Rosalba Hernandez, present.
Celso Gomez Jr., present.
Great, we have everyone here, and so we do have quorum. Ladies and gentlemen, next item on the agenda is agenda item number 3, which is our Pledge of Allegiance. If you're able to do so, please stand and face the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. All right, we are now at agenda item number 4, which is always one of my favorites. We will now do staff recognitions. If I could have Anita Chavez and Carlos Margo, our board members, to the front of the dais.
So before we get started, I would like to take this opportunity. I think most people have the opportunity to see this on social media as well as experience it throughout the district. But I thought it would be a really warm and celebratory kickoff to really celebrate our 243 teachers who received the teacher incentive allotment across our district. I really do want to thank publicly Chief Jamie Miller for leading this effort across our district. You and your department did an incredible job, but we had the opportunity as central office leadership, so thank everyone who did it with us, to go out and really recognize and celebrate our teachers for their incredible accomplishments as educators across the district in really achieving excellence with our students. And so we wanted to start the meeting with a video just to, again, recognize their hard work and celebrate our teachers across the district.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen.
We are so excited today. We are visiting campuses to surprise our 243 teachers across La Joya ISD who have earned the honor of the teacher incentive allotment through their incredible hard work of growing our students academically across all grade levels. So we surprised our teachers in front of their students, and we gave them plaques and awards, and we gave pom-poms, but most importantly, we recognized their excellence in academics with their children, and their students were there celebrating and cheering for them, showing them their appreciation and their love for all that they do every single day in the classroom.
So the process is that we submit data in the fall for the previous year. So this is actually based on the 23-24 school year. And we submit our data in the fall, and PA does vet our data. And it is so exciting because they get extra money. It comes along with this, but the really exciting part is our students are growing because they have amazing teachers in La Joya ISD.
I couldn't be prouder of my teachers. Diaz Villarreal Elementary has a total of 9 teachers that were awarded the teacher incentive allotment. And this is just a testament for their hard work and dedication to our students here at Diaz Villarreal Elementary in La Joya ISD.
I really want to thank everybody who has had a part of this work. The Human Capital and Talent Development Department, led by Chief Jamie Miller, really lifting up our teachers and celebrating our motto, in person, that educational excellence is the right of every student. Really celebrating our principals for supporting our teachers, knowing that they do hard work every day to make sure that our teachers in the classroom can deliver on that promise of educational excellence for every student. I am so proud and I am so honored to be the superintendent today. Days like today, when we get to celebrate great teachers for the work that they're doing with your brilliant students, these are my favorite days.
Thank you for sharing that, Dr. Sorensen. I
We
was
have
just,
one more to share.
oh, okay.
I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
President.
Lights will guide you, I will try to fix you.
No, what I wanted to say, Dr. Sorensen, is that first video that we saw earlier. I think I've seen it like 5 or 6 times. You guys did a really good job. The second one was a treat, so thank you for that. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank Blanca and her team. You know, every day I see that something's out there posted or that you all are showing some type of video. I appreciate that. So thank you for the great work, and please convey that message to your staff. Joseph, you may proceed.
Sir, thank you. Mr. Board President, school board members, Dr. Sorensen, members of the La Joya ISD community. It is my absolute distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today and recognize an exceptional group of individuals, our Public Relations and Communications Department. It's for their outstanding achievements at the 2025 Texas School Public Relations Association Conference in San Antonio this past February. This talented group brought home an impressive 12 gold awards and 2 Best in Category awards, a remarkable accomplishment that reflects their dedication, their creativity, and commitment to excellence. These awards are more than just trophies. They symbolize the countless hours spent crafting impactful stories, designing engaging visuals, and ensuring our district message reaches our community in powerful ways. Their hard work has placed La Joya ISD among the best in state, earning the high recognition for their incredible work. Please join me in giving a well-deserved round of applause to our Public Relations and Communications Department for making us proud and for their commitment to sharing the amazing things happening in La Joya ISD. Members of the team, please stand and be recognized. Come forward and be recognized. Judith Garcia. Eric Zuniga. Sonia Hernandez. Tony Salas. Wentz Munoz. Ashley Garza. And Ms. Blanca E. Cantu.
Right, who's taking pictures? Tony's over here.
Joseph, if you don't mind, can I ask Blanca to say a few words? Blanca, you want to say a few words regarding not only the award, but I mean, there was a lot of work involved in this, right? So for those that are not aware of everything that's involved in receiving all these types of accolades.
A lot of hard work, a lot of hours, but we love what we do. and we're here for the kids. So we enjoy every single minute of it.
Hey, Blanca, just so that you know, before we let you go, one of the things that I admire that you say, or you said when you came up to Dr. Sorensen, and it really means a lot to all of us, is that it's all teamwork. And so it's certainly evident when you're up here and when you're working that you not only represent this fine institution, but you're truly dedicated to those that you work with. So I appreciate that.
Team effort. We're a small team, but we're a mighty team. So we enjoy everything that we do, and I wouldn't have it any other way. Have a lovely staff. Thank
Well,
you.
we're so proud of you and your staff. Members of the board, do you have anything you want to add? I mean, I think you would all agree that we watch your videos every day and how impressed we are with the work they do and how well you represent this fine school district. I mean, the fact that you're highlighting individuals and everyone's being highlighted. It's not the Blanca show. It's not the teacher show. It's everyone's show. So we appreciate that, so members, do you have anything to say?
I want to say how since the beginning when we came in, being in front of cameras, taking pictures, at least for me, that was new. But you guys made everything so seamless and like it's so natural for you guys to get out there and get everybody's stories captured. And you guys you make it seem like it's easy to do it, but I know it takes a lot because I can't even edit one picture. But yeah, your product, what you bring out to the community on Facebook and stuff like that, it's amazing.
Thank you, and we just hope you all enjoy everything we do. Thank you so
And
much.
all the swag that we have. That's why we thought today we'd wear our La Jolla shirts because everyone here wears some
We
type
pay
of swag.
attention to a lot of detail.
Members, do you have anything you'd like to add?
I just want to say good job. Congratulations to all. I know that I'm a little camera shy, and you guys all have always been very helpful, making sure that those videos come out great. So thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
The whole
and I'm
team
always-
is here, so they'll be able to hear everything that you're saying. So it means a lot to us. So.
Thank you. Well, we're still learning the different mascots. I'm learning, especially with my left hand. But thank you again, Blanca. Convey that message to your team.
Thank you so much.
Next item on the agenda is the recognition of National Athletic Trainers Month. Ma'am?
Good evening, Mr. President, board members, Dr. Sorensen, and members of our community. So this evening, I am going to ask our athletic director, Mr. Victor Vacarza, to come in and recognize a great group of individuals that work with our students day in and day out.
Good evening, Mr. President Alvarez, Superintendent Dr. Sorensen, board members, administration, community. I also, on behalf of athletics and the student athletes of La Jolla ISD, want to thank and congratulate our public relations. They're a big part of showcasing and making our student athletes shine when they need to. And for that, we know that award plus many more they deserve, and we congratulate them. Today, I'm in front of you. I come before you to recognize a great group of individuals. March is recognized as National Athletic Trainers Month. Therefore, La Jolla ISD proudly recognizes and honors the dedication and expertise of our athletic trainers. These professionals play a vital role in ensuring athletes perform at their best by preventing injuries, promoting recovery, and maintaining optimal physical condition. Athletes, coaches, and fans alike understand the significant impact athletic trainers have on the safety and well-being of sports participants. La Jolla ISD extends a heartfelt big thank you to our athletic trainers for their commitment and invaluable contributions to our athletic programs. Their hours are crazy. I think they sleep 3 hours and they're awake the other 21. And they're with the athletes by 5:30, 6:30 in the morning. They're on campus doing training rehab. And late afternoon, we were just coming in from 101-degree weather running a track meet. But we had them participating in regards to attending to the kids. So today, from Palmview High School, on her first year of service, we have Jada Doc Scott. From Juarez Lincoln High School in his 22nd year and 17th year, all 17 of Juarez Lincoln existence, is Carlos Doc Presas. From La Joya High School, on her 40th year of service in athletic training and 17th at La Joya High School, is Maria Olga Doc Thompson. We do have one of our principals here, is Mr. Leo Perez from Palmview High School. We do thank because they're all integral part in allowing the opportunity for the services that they do at their campuses, for not only their campuses, but even the sister schools and our middle schools. So for that, once again, we talked about it, we serviced them with a luncheon today. We honored them, a little token of appreciation of the big things that they do. Once again, on behalf of La Joya ISD, thank you for what you do. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you very much. Okay, next item on the agenda will be recognizing Social Workers Week, March 3rd through the 7th.
Yes.
May I proceed?
So another great group of individuals that we have at our schools working with our students day in and out, providing wraparound services to each and every one of them. So I'm going to ask our Director of Guidance and Counseling, Ms. Gabriela Velasquez, to come in and do this recognition for us.
Good evening, Board Member, Superintendent Dr. Sorensen, and esteemed guests. This evening, I have the privilege of recognizing a group of professionals whose dedication, compassion, and unwavering commitment make a profound impact on our students' families, lives, which are our district licensed social workers. Our licensed social workers are the bridge between school and home, ensuring that students facing challenges, whether emotional, financial, or social, receive the support they need to succeed. They advocate and intervene, and they empower, whether it's connecting families to essential resources, supporting students through crisis, promoting mental health and well-being. Their work is invaluable. This month, we celebrate Social Work Month. We honor their dedication and the difference they make every single day. At this time, I would like to call the names of our 13 district licensed social workers who this morning were from 7:30 to 11:30 they were helping out at the RGV food distribution. I know it was kind of hot towards the 11:30, but thank you so much. And their names are Mr. Leonardo Garcia at La Joya High School. Xochitl Garcia, Juarez Lincoln High School. Jose Oscar Ramos, Palmview High School. Laura Aguilera, College and Career Center. Sonia Hernandez, Jimmy Carter Early High School.
Congratulations.
Not with us tonight, Ms. Jacqueline Flores from HSP in Thelma. Maria Alcazar, not with us this evening. Rogelio Salazar from Dr. Science Middle School. Anaisa Gonzalez and Richards Middle School. Priscilla Weber, Irene Garcia. And Beatriz Moreno from Hope Academy. And there's two more names that they couldn't be here with us. Was Ms. Ina Flores from DTMS. Thank you for everything that you do. On behalf of our students, families, and district leadership, I want to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our social workers. Thank you.
Congratulations to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And next agenda item is 4.4, recognition of National Breakfast Week, which we celebrated March 3rd through the 7th. Doctor?
Good evening, everyone. I'm excited to share that. Let me go ahead and get the. Great. Then March 3rd through 7th was National Breakfast Week, and we celebrated. Oh, thank you. March 3rd through 7th was National Breakfast Week, and we celebrated across all of our schools with the theme Clue In to School Breakfast. So cafeteria managers and helpers gathered around. They did line dances and played festive music and had all kinds of fun and played mystery games to just celebrate the idea that we all need to have a healthy breakfast and encourage students to make healthy choices. And I have asked our assistant director, Mr. Louis Pasteur, to come on up and get a picture today so we can celebrate that. He's one of the lead people on this initiative, and I want to thank him for joining us this evening. And just thank all of you for the opportunity to have this amazing week of breakfast celebrations. I'm sure your kids came home telling you all about it as well. Stay close by.
Dr. Geary, you mean we don't have the picture of Mr. Hernandez dressed up like a milk carton dancing around the cafeteria?
We'll be sure to post that on the website.
Yeah, because I think everybody needs to see Mr. Hernandez dancing around like a milk carton. I think we have to share that, sir.
We definitely will. I will pass it to Blanca because it definitely is a celebration.
Right? That's a great one.
I think we're looking forward to it. Dr. Geary, I know you have the next agenda item, which is probably one of my favorites, and that is the recognition of National Maintenance Worker Appreciation Day, which was March 7th. You may proceed.
Thank you. So the month of March is obviously a time when we really celebrate and hone in on all of the amazing things that are going on with our employees. And our March 7th was, if I could ask Mr. Cedillo to come on down with his entire team, please, to get a picture. Go ahead while I'm speaking. Come on down. Come on. So this humble group works night and day. They're on call on the weekends. When you and I are sleeping, quite frequently respond to all kinds of calls regarding maybe water pump or HVAC repair, things like that. And this group of ladies and gentlemen are very hardworking. On March 7th, we had a luncheon for them and gave them some small tokens of our appreciation and really celebrated them. But it's important for all of you to see the faces, come on around, the faces of the amazing people who serve our schools. They keep all of the equipment functioning every day. They do our groundskeeping. They ensure the AC is working. They repair the doors. They repair the floors. All of the things that we know our kids need to have a safe environment. These are a representation of some of the amazing workers that are out there doing this work across our district for everyone. And we definitely are so very thankful for each one of them.
Thank you, guys.
Come on over and join on the jewel.
Steve, make sure I say hot and cold.
And as you can see, as I mentioned, they're very humble and they take their work very seriously. Mr. Cedillo got them some very new safety vests, as you can see as well, that are now one of the key points of their uniform so that we can make sure we're watching for them. Go ahead. Thank you for everything.
Thank you both. Dr. Gear, before you call up the next group, I just wanted to say I appreciate the fact that we're recognizing these fine men and gentlemen, these men and women that make sure that our classrooms are ready for the week, you know, especially on Sunday when many of us take for granted our games. We have games that are, well, I mean, I think of all the things that they prepare for, that we have games, our campuses look nice, our students are safe. I mean, I really appreciate all the work. And you could tell that these gentlemen are not, and the ladies are not used to being in front of a camera, and they're shy, but we're very grateful for everything that they do. So thank you again for acknowledging them and for celebrating them.
It's a pleasure to be able to do that.
Dr. Gary, the next item on the agenda is recognition of National Child and Adult Care Food Program. We celebrate this March 10th through the 14th. You may proceed.
Thank you. So this is a campaign designed to bring awareness to the USDA's Child and Adult Care Food Program, and it's a campaign to fight hunger. The program promotes healthy choices, food to the table for adults in daycare and children in childcare, and in after-school programs. And particularly, it focuses on our students who join in on the enrichment programs after school and ensures that they have some healthy choices for some supper. Perhaps they may have to ride the bus home afterwards, so this is a great program that really helps them. Normally, would be celebrated next week, March 16th to 22nd, but we'll be on spring break. So we celebrated this week, and we highlighted it by having competitions there as well, and a theme as well after school for the supper program. And we are very grateful for the opportunity from the USDA to be able to do so. So, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Geary. So next item on the agenda, is that all recognitions for the evening? That concludes recognitions. Great. Again, a round of applause to everybody that was recognized today. Ladies and gentlemen, that brings us now to agenda item number 5, which is public comment. Do we have anyone who signed up?
We do not have any public comments for today.
Okay, since we have no one that has signed up for public comment, we're going to go ahead and move on. But before we get to the superintendent's updates and the announcements, do I have any comments or do I have any motions before we proceed with any of the items that we're going to cover under agenda item 6?
Yes, Mr. President, I move that we remove item 6.1 from the agenda, please.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. All right, Dr. Sorensen, agenda item number 6, superintendent's updates and announcements.
Thank you, Board President Alvarez. I would like to bring forward Mirjette Crespo to come on up. I know that she will also be joined by Dr. Little and Ms. Miller. We had promised not only the board, but the community that we would continue to provide budget process updates. It's okay, Ms. Crespo, it happens. That we would continue to provide budget process updates throughout the spring semester, committing ourselves, as always, to the district priorities of transparency and fiscal responsibility. And so I wanted to bring forth not just Ms. Crespo this evening, because part of the conversation that we'll have this evening is budget, but coupled with budget is also staffing and how we are doing on the staffing process. As we talk about budget, there is staffing that couples with it. So Dr. Little and Ms. Miller are a part of the presentation. So Ms. Crespo, if you'd like to get started, thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sorensen, Mr. Alvarez, board, members of the community. Good evening. Today's presentation is part of our promise to be here every month to tell you where we are and being transparent on how we are processing our budget this year and the outcomes of that work that we are doing as a school district. So right now, La Joya Independent School District must reconcile critical realities with difficult choices. During this process, we have committed to be very analytical and very conscious on how we are budgeting in the future and what we are doing, understanding that there are 3 big things that we have to be aware of. First of all, falling enrollment and declining average daily attendance rate.
Second, the increasing cost of living that we all are experiencing right now. And finally, legislative decisions, because we are in a legislative year in the state. What do we know? What is happening around us and information that we can control right now? First of all, that we are failing enrollment and the declining average attendance and our increasing cost. Here is your average daily attendance. We have seen this presentation before. This is the reality we need to consider and take in account. We had lost around more than 5,000 students in 10 years, almost 8,000 students in 10 years, and we are projecting 900 reduction for next year. So as you see, this has been consistent. The biggest impact is a simple math. We receive revenue from our daily attendance rates, and our lower enrollment means lower revenue. On the increasing cost, one of the important things that we want all of us to be aware of is that we are looking at a raise across all the staff. So we had to consider what that impact on salary is for all districts within the budget, considering that 79% of the budget is payroll. Also, we need to contemplate the maintenance of operation costs, knowing that inflation has grown more than 36% over the last 10 years, and there is no proposed increase in maintenance and operation funding from legislation. What do we don't know? We don't know what our 89th legislative session will be coming for education in the state. The legislative session ends on June 2nd, and as a legislative year, we cannot budget with complete certainty until certain definitions and bills are finalized. There are around 1,400 bills being discussed at the state level. And some of the important ones, and this is just a sample, are these four that we are having here. We have the House Bill 2, that is the one that is defining our next per pupil allocation, plus other things, and is increasing the per pupil allocation from 6,160 to 6,380. Unfortunately, that's tied to a lot of conditions. We don't know what's going to be approved, as I say, but we have the question of how much of that per pupil allocation will need to be reallocated for teacher compensation. We have experience from 2019, when the last time this was done, which most of the funding was required to be allocated on teacher compensation, which limited the districts to make decisions on those fundings, because we couldn't address any need except increasing the salary of our teachers and other employees. That decision, if it's done, will leave our per pupil allocation at the same rate that we have right now. Remember, as I mentioned before, we have over 30% increase on costs by inflation the last 10 years. The other proposal from the Senate Bill 4 is a homestay exemption that is going to increase from $100,000 to $150,000 or $140,000 pending approval, passing the House. And one of the things that is, if you remember when we passed the tax rate in September, we only receive income from the houses that are above the homestay exemption. Therefore, we will lose that portion of the tax rate. The other two are more positive, no a lot, but they are more positive. One is a revised allotment weight for the state compensatory education on the House Bill 2 also, and an adjustment in the school safety allotment to increase the per pupil allocation that we are already getting, to make it match the unfunded mandates that we have under school safety allotment, and that is under Senate Bill 260. If you remember this chart, this was my sample for you to see the status based on efficiencies and other cost savings that we have been achieving so far during the year. So we have on the losses, is what we have, what we know. $10.4 million of deficit that we have, the loss of the revenue due to enrollment, that's our estimation based on the number of students that we are projecting to lose. Then the disaster pennies that we approved in September that are going away for next year. That is around $5 million for a total of 21.4. And then you see our savings based on efficiencies, school actions, and other personal processes improvements such as attrition, correction of position control, and other items. So I have for you today an estimated revenue, super estimated with quote unquote. I have some assumptions that we have to do in order to do this estimated revenue. This was done in order to help my colleagues to have a frame of reference on how we're going to budget to, and is based on the same precepts that we have this year. So there is no an increase on our per pupil allocation. We are doing this on 6160. The tax collection rate is done at the same level, and we have also other estimations such as the refined ADA and the TRS and other federal revenue are established at the same level than this year. So as I say, it has a lot of ifs on it, but is projected at minus $8 million. So that is the frame of reference where we have been working on, knowing that I want to remind you where we are in the timeline. Between March and April, that means that we are working already with the department budgets. We are discussing what we are doing and how we are working, and we are preparing the campuses' budget so they can align those with their need assessment and establish what their priorities are, and can budget with more information than just their funding. So the other part that I want you to remember, based on our last agreement, this is the 4 priorities that we had commit to go on for this year budgeting process, and is invest in student achievement, balance the budget, increase the salary and do a pay raise, and high quality instructional materials. These are our 4 non-negotiables. This is what is front for all of us when we are starting budgeting. And every analysis we do for academic return of investment is centered on those premises, on those 4 priorities. Reviewing academic return on investment, these are the kind of questions and expectations that we have for each one of us to be able to budget properly for the district. So what objectives we want to achieve with our programs, what are we using to measure that we are achieving those objectives, and what is the definition for us to report to each other that these activities are successful. Centering then our 4 priorities and knowing that we want to measure what we are achieving, that's how we are budgeting. We are in the need to design and implement programs that monitor initiatives that improve results in our schools. So we are learning. This is a continuous improvement process, and we are learning as a district to look at our programs and our initiatives with a clear understanding what works for our students and the community, for which students it works, and at what cost. And knowing these things help us to decide, and is helping us to make decisions, and we are going to continue refining the process to see what we are keeping for next year, what we are adjusting so we can do more effective work, what we are reducing because it's only work for a particular number of students or a particular set of schools, what we are going to expand because it's efficient, it's showing impact, or what we are going to eliminate because it's not giving us the results that we want for the amount of funding that we are investing on. It sounds a lot of challenge, but it's a reiterative process, and we are very clear that we are learning how to do this as we go. So we are very excited to keep working for the improvement of our students. This is an example on some of the conversations we are having. In this case, we are reviewing positions grounded in certain initiatives and outcomes. This is going to be completely hypothetical, but let's say we have a position, I call it XYZ because I couldn't figure out something more nice, in a specific location or school, set of schools. First question we are going to do during the review of the budget is how long this position has been in existence. Is this a new initiative from last year, or is an initiative we have been coming for several years? How many positions are there in this initiative? Is one, is more than 10, is 12, is in several schools or in one school? And then we review the outcomes expected for the position. So is this impacting an academic result? Is impacting attendance? Is impacting the performance of a set of teachers? Is impacting the performance of a set of schools? Those outcomes have to be established and clear for all of us, and then we do the academic return of investment questions. Has this impacted students, and which students? Is the work impacting district services? At what level? Has the work for this position provided expected results? If so, are they what we're looking for to call that initiative successful? And what is the cost? And when we're talking about cost, we don't talk about only the plain salary, if this is an initiative, but it's the all-loaded cost. Is what it brings for that initiative, the salary, the supplies, the training, everything that is related to the initiative. Not just the position per se, but also every other cost that it comes with that implementation. Knowing that, we will make decisions on, are we continuing with that project? Are we not continuing with that project? Are we continuing in a specific schools? Let's say the best performance or the lowest performance, so the elementary schools or the high schools. It depends on what we are doing. We will make those decisions, and then we will proceed on analyzing what will be the impact and making the decision on adjusting our budgets. Yes, it's a lot of work, but that's the exciting part. We started early enough that we can take now the luxury, because I take it as a luxury, of being able to be conscious and do our decisions working on our students, centered on our students and our staff. So how this looks like in our processes and where we are. Right now, at departmental level, we are finalizing budget hearings, where we are ensuring the high impact and high alignment on all budgeted activities based on board goals, district priorities, description of expenses, measure of success, and those 4 priorities that we established for budgeting. After that, we will implement academic return of investment for the planning of next year, because this is a continuous process. So now we are going to establish what we want to see at the end of the year next year, so we can evaluate again what we are using the funds on and reiterate the process again to keep and let go whatever works for us or not work for us. For the campuses, the process at this point is on comprehensive need assessment. They are working on that. They are determining the root cause of the gaps in student performance. This is done an individual based on each campus by a team, the leadership team of the principal, where they are going to define their strategic drivers and how those align with the district priorities and the district goals. Coming at the end of March, they will receive the budget and staff allocation. So now they will have 3 points to make decisions. They will be able to have clear expectations of the use of funds. They will have their budget, they will have their staffing ratios, and they will have their needs and drivers. With that, they will be able to budget and do their plan for next year. Next, I want to deep a little bit of knowledge on what we are doing on staffing. So for that, I have Ms. Miller here to help me.
Good evening. The Human Capital and Talent Development Department is knee-deep in the staffing process, and we are ensuring that we have high-quality instruction and programs in our schools. But also, we know that we have to be fiscally sound and that we are going to have to right size. We are ensuring that we are following TASB guidelines, and I know that you've seen this slide before, but we want to go back over this slide. So in 2011, TASB pointed out that there was about $5.5 million of positions that could be absorbed through attrition. So that would mean that somebody would vacate the position and the position would be closed. In 2019, there was $20 million in positions that we were overstaffed. So we were overstaffed by more than 300 positions. In 2023, it was 206 positions, which was $24.3 million. And in 2024, there were over 540 positions that were overstaffed, and many of those were in ESSER, which y'all know we do not have anymore and had to be brought back. So we were facing a $55.3 million deficit, but we did end up closing the budget gap by closing some positions. So do know that we are following TASB guidelines to ensure that we are equitable and doing what's right for our kids. So in the staffing process, you will see that we do have ratios. So it's how many teachers and per student. I do want to make sure that that misconception is cleared up. We will not be placing, tons of students in a classroom to ensure that we are fiscally responsible. No, we will be fiscally responsible, like I said, giving high quality instruction using ratios within the classroom. So we are looking at TASB guidelines. We are looking at return of investment, but also the funding source as we are making data-driven staffing decisions for our district. We also understand that staffing affects our master scheduling. So I'm going to hand it over to Dr. Little, who is working with our master scheduling tool.
Thank you, Chief Miller. Good evening, board. Sorry about that. As Chief Miller just said, staffing is implicated in what we actually end up offering in terms of courses and programs and pathways to students. This slide just tries to lay out conceptually that process, beginning with hearing from our students directly. We actually did this right after winter break when we returned in January, having conversations with students about what courses they needed to take to either meet graduation requirements or finish their program or pathway, and also what courses they wanted to take as part of their middle school or high school experience. Once we have those course selections, that then goes into this sort of iterative cycle between staffing allocations and master schedule creation. We are working this year with an organization called Timely, which has shown really great results in other places in Texas, helping schools get really clear and efficient in their master schedule design. And what we mean when we say master schedule design really is, here are all the classes that we have to offer. Here's the best way to structure that puzzle to get as many students into the courses that they need and want as possible and be as efficient as we can be with staffing. That also determines literally, if you're a high school student, you remember what class you go to first period, second period, third period, sort of those things. So that's that middle cycle. And then when that's really good and set, students get their actual schedules. This is also an exciting time. Like I remember as a student, many high school students, certainly 8th graders going to high school next year for the first time, they can't wait to get that high school schedule. Like what is freshman year gonna look like for me and what is that gonna feel like? So that's the end result from the student's perspective of this process. And we are working to do that much earlier this year than we did last year. So students potentially are leaving school this school year with that schedule in hand for August, which will be really exciting for folks over the summer. The other thing we just wanted to give a brief update on is a key service and support that we provide to our students who need it in special education and what that looks like in relation to staffing and to master schedule design. We are undergoing, it's no secret, we're undergoing a special education audit. We know that we have significant transformation work to do in special education in La Joya ISD. And part of that transformation comes to how we are referring students to special education and ultimately deciding and identifying whether or not they qualify. And if a student does, really matching them to the right services and placements for that student to maximize opportunity for success. This flow chart on the right is something that our team worked on in the fall and have since gone through training with our diagnosticians, school psychologists, sort of internal special education staff, as well as with principals, which lays out a decision tree for how to determine the best placement for a student. Because what we want in La Joya ISD and what students deserve is to be in what's called the most inclusive setting possible. That means a student in special education is in a regular general education classroom with their peers, learning on grade level content, achieving that excellence and meeting those milestones that we've set out in Lone Star governance. The four things on the left of the slide really describe that continuum, as you may hear us refer to it as, with inclusion being the thing, again, we want most of the students in, receiving in-class support. So I'm in Algebra 1 with everybody else in Algebra 1, and yes, I may have a special education staff member coming in to support me or other students in the classroom, but I'm still receiving that on grade level sort of core content as we want all of our students to receive. There are also some cases where students may get pulled out for targeted services that should be limited, certainly in scope. And then for a few of our students, they do need a specialized setting. And that's a specialized setting in the school building. Life skills classrooms are something that's traditionally been referred to as self-contained units, or SCU, in La Joya ISD. We are intentionally making name changes here to get to a more student-centered, holistic sort of description and approach in our services. And life skills are spaces for students that really need a smaller, more targeted environment to be able to thrive and succeed. They may have challenges in larger spaces. They may need more intensive support from the teacher and educator. So these are spaces designed to help them really thrive. And then an even more specialized environment is a behavior intervention classroom. Those historically in La Joya have been called SAU classrooms. These are spaces for students who have even more extreme behavior or emotional challenges. Many of these students are on the far side of the autism spectrum and need even more specialized support and care. And to give you a sense of how specialized this is, there's only 6 of those in the entire district right now. So these are really special places for students who really need that the most. This is going to be a change in feeling and nomenclature and description for our community, for our educators, for our students, all again moving in service of how do we best support students to get the outcomes that they deserve. But it does change some entrenched practices and belief systems that we have seen and that we've held in the district. So this is an ongoing conversation that will certainly exist throughout the rest of this school year, but also moving into next school year as we engage with educators, principals, and families, as well as our SPED staff, to ensure students are in the right places moving forward.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. So where we are right now, what are our next steps? First of all, monitor the legislative bills. There is a lot, as I say before, that is have to decide, and we need to pay attention to it. Next is continue our conversations with district staff. As I said before, this is a reiterative learning process. We are getting there with our vocabulary and what we need to do for decision making. We have started a preliminary budget review for central office divisions with cabinet. We will continue staffing in alignment with ASBE recommendations and master scheduling constraints and outputs. We will adopt a board fund balance policy to ensure healthy fund balance. Thank you for that. It's tonight's agenda. Release of campus budgets and staffing in late March. Engage with you and other stakeholders to increase transparency. And we expect the budget adoption by June 2025, and our tax rate adoption is scheduled in September 2025. So that is our next process. So any questions for me?
Members of the board, do you have any questions for those at the presentation?
I do not have a question, but I do have just a comment. Thank you for you and your team and Dr. Sorensen for keeping pay raises as a priority for our staff. Obviously, as we see the economy and inflation and how it's affecting everybody in our day-to-day, I think this is just important for us to keep in mind for all of our staff. So thank you.
Well said. Anybody else like to make any comments? Okay, seeing we have none, thank you very much, Bridget. That was a great presentation to you, Ms. Miller and Mr. Little. Dr. Little, I see you have the next agenda item as well, and that is our early college high school grade point average update.
That's right. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
you may proceed.
Yeah, very happy to come back and close the loop here. When we made the final recommendation and the board granted approval for the early college high school consolidation, we acknowledged that there were a few things that we still had to work on. And tonight's conversation is really the biggest one from a student's perspective. So we're going to close the loop on that discussion. And it relates to how we will determine class rank for students moving forward. As you recall, you certainly heard from public testimony in the late fall and early winter this year that this was a top concern for students, families, and even educators. How is this consolidation going to impact my class ranking? How will it impact my ability to earn valedictorian or salutatorian honors? Because we know those are pretty large stakes for students, certainly those seeking competitive higher education opportunities. So I'm really happy that we've been able to navigate through this as a team to figure out a path that really holds students harmless through this transition. And what that specifically means is if I'm a student right now who thought I was going to be ranked against my 200-ish peers at my high school, that's not going to change. That is still the group of students that I am technically competing against from a class rank perspective. That's still the group of students out of which the valedictorian and salutatorian honors will be determined by whatever campus they are currently enrolled in. So just to walk through this explicitly, it's most obvious for Jimmy Carter students, because that is the school, obviously, that we are consolidating everything into. But if I'm right now a junior at Jimmy Carter Early College High School, I've spent 3 years with this group of students, and that's who I've been thinking about. And I'm ranked number 2, and I want to keep that. That's not going to change, of course, if you continue to earn the second place ranking, but that group of students is not going to change for you. So those will still be just based on Jimmy Carter students. The same thing for Thelma Salinas Early College High School students. They will continue to be officially enrolled in Thelma Salinas Early College High School if they're a current 10th or 11th grader throughout the rest of their high school career. And therefore their class rank and balance out honors will just be based on that population of students. La Jolla Early College High School are officially La Jolla High School students already. They will stay that way. And then for our students coming from HSP into Jimmy Carter, they will still officially be part of whatever comprehensive high school that they are officially enrolled in right now. So again, big headline here, we're not changing the system, the rules, or the game that students are playing from a class rank perspective. We're going to honor that for the next 2 classes. So that's the class of 26 and the class of 27. Part of this is due to some structures in our current policy. So that's EIC local, and that relates to how courses get weighted. You actually earn your rank in class based on how well you do in the course. So what was your grade, and how much does that course weight towards the ranking calculation? Current policy weights courses differently. So advanced placement or AP courses actually get the highest weighting right now. You get 9 times the points for an AP class. Unlike dual credit courses, which right now get 8 times the point. So there's an advantage from a class rank perspective of taking AP over dual credit. We obviously just made a really big deal that we want students to earn associate degrees. You do that through the dual credit pathway, and that is what the early college high school is about. So we will be coming back to the board at a later date this spring to actually make some amendments to this policy to equalize those weightings with your approval. But this actually would have been a disadvantage in the consolidation if we just put all the students together. If I've been attending HSP, which prioritizes AP classes over dual credit, I immediately then have a ranking advantage over La Jolla Early College, Thelma Salinas Early College, and Jimmy Carter Early College. The other key factor here is current policy requires that you've been continuously enrolled in the same high school for the previous 2 years to your graduation to be eligible to earn the valedictorian or salutatorian honors. If we just put everybody together at Jimmy Carter, this would have meant that only Jimmy Carter students could actually earn this honor. That obviously isn't the fairest treatment in recognizing the hard work that our students have done. So those 2 things coupled together is why we're pursuing this hold harmless path. Finally, it's super important for our 9th graders, their parents, our community to understand everything I just said is for current 10th and 11th graders. So it is for the graduating class of 2026 next year and the graduating class of 2027 2 years from now. If you are a sitting freshman in any of those schools or program, and you're going to Jimmy Carter next year, you will become part of that Jimmy Carter cohort, and that cohort is who you will be ranked against moving forward. So they will have a different group of students than they originally thought, but that will still be their students for the bulk of their high school career, 3 out of the 4 years of their time, and then that will continue moving forward for all new classes coming into Jimmy Carter Early College High School. So happy to take questions on that.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Little? I will tell you that when we first started discussing what we were going to do, I think this was something that we were all very concerned with, but I know you've put a lot of time and effort, and the fact that you met with the students, it means a lot. So thank you for that. I think you did a really good job of explaining what you're going to do, and I think we're all comfortable with the process that's going to take place. So thank you for that, Dr. Little.
Yeah, thank you, board. Thank you, Superintendent.
Any questions? All right, no further questions. Our next agenda item, I think, is it you, Dr. Little, as well?
Well, it was supposed to be me and my literacy buddy, but she's actually very sick, so it's just me tonight.
And so that is that the kindergarten readiness?
It is. It is our next Lone Star governance update. We're going to look tonight at goal progress measures for goal 1 and goal 2. So we're going to take a look at literacy and math, although we're going to spend most of our time actually in the literacy space. And we're specifically looking at GPM 1.3. So this is kinder to second grade math reading fluency data. And we'll take a quick glance at GPM 2.1, which is kindergarten readiness data from the Texas KEA math assessment. So our typical summary page here, as we look at these two GPMs, we are saying we are slightly off track for GPM 1.3. Again, as we think about those 3 criteria that we've laid out for on track, slightly off track, or off track status, we are slightly off track here, so we are yellow. We do not have a status for 2.1 due to prior data comparisons and the lack thereof. So I'll show you the data of where we are now, but we don't really have a sense of how that compared to year past, so it's hard to create a status at this point. We will begin with GPM 1.3. So again, that is our K2 math reading fluency data. We're actually going to spend the bulk of this presentation actually unpacking this, but just to show where we are officially for the GPM. If we look at our line graph at the top left, we actually are moving in the right direction. So middle of year data is better than beginning of year data. That's a really great sign and a really good progression. But we're slightly off track because we haven't hit those targets yet across all of our student groups. And again, we have variation still at the campus level. The bottom left, the blue and the red bar charts here, again, that does plot every elementary school. Blue is where we were at the beginning of year. Red is where we are at middle of year. Again, very happy and proud of the work our campuses and teachers have done. Red is higher across the board. So again, we're seeing really good progress here. We just got to see more progress. And part of that relates, you all could probably present the slide and the continuous improvement thing at this point because you keep hearing us sort of say these things because they're still true. But we did make foundational literacy adjustments in January that didn't fully have time to show up in this data yet, but we're expecting those to catch up as we get into end of year and certainly into next year. We've refocused what our reading specialists are doing. What I wasn't able to say was happening last time we gave an LSG update on literacy, but we foreshadowed it, but it's actually underway now, is that professional learning on research-based instructional strategies. We've laid out, hopefully very clearly to you and the community, that we made an initial big focus on high-quality instructional materials in math and science this year, knowing that literacy is to come. And as we talk about math data, even on the next slide, that's important foundationally, but it isn't sufficient. We've also got to have really great instruction with those materials. And that's why we're super excited that these RBs, or research-based instructional strategies trainings, are underway. On the math slide here, really briefly for 2.1, this is the Texas Kindergarten Entry Assessment. So it is not coming from MAP or the MAP suite. It is an entirely different assessment. Built homegrown here in the state of Texas. And this is looking at how our kindergartners are doing with basic math skills. We, at the beginning of the year, we're at 50% of our students meeting that math readiness mark. We set a target at the end of the year for 78.4, but notice that we don't have a middle of year data point here. So that's part of why it's really hard to status this at this point. RTEA has made some changes and expectations around assessment here. So moving forward, we actually should have all three data points starting with next school year. But we did want to show you, because you haven't seen it yet, where we were back in the fall and where we're still trying to go for the end of the school year. The last thing I'll say before we go spend the rest of our time in the literacy space is this kindergarten class is obviously the first class that's using Eureka. Like, so those 5 and 6 year olds are getting an entirely different approach to learning mathematics than any other cohort that came before them. But not only are they getting that different approach right now, what's super exciting and powerful about this is that's what they're going to get for the rest of their time in elementary and even through the middle school space. So we should start to see pretty dramatic differences as this cohort progresses through over time from what we've seen in the past, because they've had access to a much more conceptual approach to mathematics instruction. They've had really great instructional materials. And just like on the literacy side, we're doing more with their teachers and principals on building great instructional strategies and high quality instruction as well. So we're going to spend the next few slides just digging deeper into our math reading fluency data. And I will do my best to do Ms. Lozano well here. But reading fluency, you'll remember we shared this slide back in the fall when we first introduced math reading fluency. It really is the language of reading. Like, as a math guy, algebra is the language of mathematics. Like, knowing what letters and symbols and sounds do and how they relate is the only way we actually become proficient readers and ultimately communicators. So that reading fluency data breaks down with the MAP assessment in 2 big buckets as a reminder. We're looking at foundational skills where decoding is what are all these crazy things on the page and can I actually break them apart to understand their meaning and their sounds? Language comprehension, am I able to understand what people are saying to me? And then as we build those skills, we move into oral reading fluency. So am I actually able to see a sentence, comprehend it, and in this case, match it to the correct picture, ultimately getting to the place where I can have a fluent oral reading rate and I'm able to attack and understand passages on grade level. This first slide is a look at those foundational skills. I want to just remind us, we want to move from left to right in this progression, and that's actually what the assessment does. It starts students with questions around decoding and foundational skills. As they get those right and language comprehension skills right, we then move into the oral reading part of the assessment. So as we look here at the foundational data, we actually want these bars to go down. So this slide, you may think, oh, that doesn't look good. It's actually moving in the right direction here, because what it's telling us is that we have fewer students at middle of year than we did at the beginning, still working on foundational skills. So over time, as we get into the second grade space, like amazing success here would be at 0. We don't have any second graders still in the foundational skill space. They've all moved into that oral reading place. So progression here is going in the right direction. Same thing, alternatively, in the oral reading, we want these to get better over time because we want these students to move in to that oral reading space. So again, the fact that we have fewer students there in kinder at this point is not surprising. We have many more at second grade also, so that's not surprising. But we obviously want to start pushing these into much higher levels in the later spaces, not just hovering around 50%, but getting into much higher rates of students in the oral reading space. To go a bit deeper, and we'll do this a bit more slowly at kinder, and then we'll go a bit quicker through first and second grade. As we look at the components of the assessment, we can also better understand how students are moving through that progression over time. So if we just take decoding, for example, remember that was the first component of foundational literacy. You see in the far left, that tiny little bar, that was beginning of year phonological awareness. That's really understanding sounds. We didn't have many students getting into that meets or exceeds level. The green and the blue aren't very big in that case, and the bar isn't very tall. Like, students were still sort of struggling in the kinder space in that level. But if you look at the one right next to it for middle of year phonological awareness, you see one, the height of that bar is much taller, so we have many more students actually in that space, and the blue and green got much larger in that context. That's what's necessary to move those students off of decoding into the next part of their fluency and literacy development. So across the board here for kinder for both decoding and language comprehension, you can see in those bar pairs comparing left to right, beginning to middle of year, we're getting better in the blue and the green colors, which means we're getting more students to the meets and exceeds level in this skill. Same thing in Spanish. We are able to use map reading fluency to track growth and progression in both English development and Spanish development. And we see the same thing here. Like we are improving across the board in decoding and in language comprehension in Spanish as well. For first grade, we actually put these on the same slide just to show a bit of a different comparison. On the left, we have English. On the right, we have Spanish. Again, looking at decoding and language comprehension. We've got one thing called out here in that dotted red oval, and that's just a look at part of our language comprehension data. Again, noticing that the number of students that were in the green here in the meets level in the fall has increased as we moved into the spring by 20 plus percentage points. Like these are pretty substantive changes in academic outcomes and achievements for students over the last sort of 5 to 6 months of the school year. And it's really exciting to see that in both languages, whether they were testing in English or Spanish, we're seeing those gains from a dual language perspective. The ultimate measure, to go back to our GPM slide, is this. It is sentence reading fluency. So are students able to read a simple sentence or two and match that to the correct picture describing that sentence? We got donut charts here. Again, English on the left, Spanish on the right. We're looking at two things, really. Are more students getting into this part of their development? And are they getting better at this part of the development? The English donut chart, for example, shows that we had a 14 percentage point growth at the meets plus level from fall to winter, from beginning to middle of year. And you see that as the green and blue part of that donut got much larger. Spanish was even better. Wow. It was 22-point growth here from beginning of year to middle of year for sentence reading fluency for first graders. Now, when we talked about map growth data, and it was all red, and we had to come up here and own that it was all red, second grade wasn't looking so great, and we can see that in this data as well. Here you see a lot more red and yellow just on the slide visually than you did at kinder and first grade. We talked about last time, again, we're still committed to working with our teachers, making sure students are getting targeted interventions, that we're building good strategies to improve second grade overall. We see some growth, but we don't see enough growth. And on the Spanish side in decoding, if you look at those far two left bars, you see that that red increased pretty significantly. There is a nuance to this data that makes it a little complicated. Because students are moving into different buckets over time, the number of students in any bucket at a given time changes. And so that makes it a little hard to compare, but you still don't want to see what we see in decoding here for Spanish, where we've gone from yellow and green to now most all of those students who are still there are red. So that's a real call to action for us, that we're digging in with those team leads, those teachers, and those principals around that. For sentence reading fluency in second grade, again, progression here is still really good. We're getting double-digit growth from beginning to middle of year in both English and in Spanish. So we see much more green than we did at the beginning of the year in English. We see a little loss of blue, but much more green in Spanish on the right. But to the earlier slide, you still see a lot of students struggling in that red space, that sort of below grade level space. So that's really where we have more work to do. Again, this story is still the same for us as we are working through this spring semester, really reinforcing the need for explicit phonics-based science of reading instruction in our classrooms with our early grades teachers. We are actively in the process of preparing for a new curriculum adoption. We've done some showcases of those options already. We have more planned for after spring break for both teachers and families to come see Bluebonnet, Amplify, English, Spanish, give us that feedback, because we'll be coming back to you in April actually with that recommendation and seeking approval for that adoption. And then we've mentioned multiple times the reading specialist revamp, really focusing on a cohort or a caseload of students, providing additional science of reading based approaches to them. And then, as I mentioned earlier, we've actually begun that research-based instructional strategies training with our K2 team lead. So that's a teacher leader from each school in those grade levels, our principals and some central staff support as well. And then we will be launching later this spring into the summer, that training on letters, which is another really good explicit phonics foundational literacy-based approach for our teachers. And that concludes our update tonight. There's a lot of slides in the appendix, again, not to present, but for you and the community to see transparently, both as a reminder of what's happening with MAP reading fluency, as well as some more description of it.
Anyone have any questions, Dr. Sorensen?
Dr. Little, can you go back to the second grade slide? Thank you. So this is an example of the kind of catch-up that we have to play when we're not laying strong foundations pre-K, kinder, and first. And so we are fully committed to doing that work and continuing to support our educators, our principals, our families to make that shift so that kids catch up. But one of the things that I talk about consistently is that if we get it right in pre-K to second, then third through fifth, we're not intervening our way to grade level instruction. And so this is a clear example of how when we aren't doing evidence-based practices for the past couple of years in pre-K and kinder and first, our second graders are struggling to catch up. And so here it is in the data as we are shifting to evidence-based practices. And so I really think that this slide really, shines a spotlight on our why. We can't have second graders who then go into third grade and then go into fourth grade behind because we are not doing the correct type of instruction. And so with the correct materials. And so this is, for me, our why right here in this slide. So I just wanted to lift that up. The other thing, Dr. Little, that I would appreciate if you could call up for the board, and I know that Dr. Margot asked this a couple meetings ago when we first started talking about MAP, is that these reports are also meant to be instructional. And so what do the teachers have access to in order to really help our educators? Because it's one thing to educate the board and educate the public, but one of the great pieces of MAP is that it is really an instructional tool. And so what kind of data is available to our teachers and to our principals and those doing the boots on the ground instruction so that they can really have an impact with students as they look to move the needle on, say, those second graders that are here?
Yeah, I'm actually going to go to one of the appendix slides to help with that, Superintendent. So for MAP growth, the other big part of MAP that we've shared a lot, we showed in the last presentation that breaks down to each individual standard. So what is the expectation Texas has set for that grade level, for that content for students to master? So it plots students to the standards that they've mastered, the ones that they're ready to learn, and the ones that are a stretch for them. If I'm a second grader right now, that could show that I'm ready to work on some second grade content, but it could also show that I have some kindergarten things back here that I didn't fully grasp or master that the teacher's got to go back and intervene and support me on. So it gets super targeted to the specific expectations. MAP reading fluency gets even more targeted into the reading development space. There's a lot of education and reading speak on this slide. But let's look at number 3 down the page on the left. So blending, and my eyes are terrible, blending and segmenting. You do this all the time and you don't even know you're doing it, which is how do you take multiple sounds in a word and put them together to actually say the word? You aren't thinking about each part. You might remember syllables when you were in the past. You may even had a teacher have you put your hand under your chin to feel the syllables. We don't do that so much anymore. But that's a way to think about it. You're not thinking, I just said the word thinking, I'm not processing all of the sounds of that word as I'm going through it because I'm now a fluent speaker and reader. As we're working with young children, particularly kinder, first, and second grades who are building these skills, they're actually having to put a lot of effort into thinking and how am I putting those together? What does a TH sound even sound like? What does a CK sound like? How do we think about these blends, or graphemes isn't a fancy word that we'll use to describe those? There's actually very mechanical things that teachers are getting data on from this assessment to say, you've got CK, but you don't have TH, or you don't have SH, or you don't have the G sound, and how it can show up differently in different words. And so as they're pulling small groups, I was in a classroom a few weeks ago and actually saw a teacher doing this really well, and we were all very excited. But she was working with a small groups on blends, so that was 2 or 3 letters together to make one sound, and playing a little game with students. But this data helps her know which students should be in that group and which sounds she needs to be working on with them to progress to the next part.
Thank you, Dr. Little. I just wanted both the board, parents, public to know that we are also, as we are growing and developing our educators, to continue to grow in the science of teaching reading, that we are also arming them with the data that they need in order to provide immediate intervention, support, differentiation as students need it, because not only do the MAP reports come for your class, but they also come individual. And so you can look at individual students, or you can look at your class and say, well, what are the trends in my class? You know, so that as I think about small groups, but then you also get it for individual children. So we want everyone to know that, you know, we are working on our teachers, not working with them on reading the reports and knowing the reports, but then translating that into shifts in instructional practices so that we're meeting the needs of individual kids and groups of kids.
Thank you for that, Dr. Sorensen. Dr. Little, what is the feedback you're receiving from the instructors, considering that we're improving?
Yeah, I think what's been amazing the entire time as we think about HQIM implementation overall, but even the literacy changes that we made in the spring, is teachers are working to do that work. Again, this classroom that I just referenced, part of the curricular material she was using in that small group was for this adjustment that we made. So 4 months ago, she wouldn't have been using those materials most likely, but now she was, and those students were making really great progress as a result. So I think we have folks who understand, to the superintendent's earlier part, like if we're not getting it right now, yeah, that matters for my colleagues down the hall, but it really matters for this student and the rest of their life. So I think we've got like general commitment to that approach and willingness to engage in the learning. And so people who coming through the RB's training, the folks who come later through the letters training, it's going to be a bit of a life-changing experience for them because they're now going to have tools in their toolbox. They're going to have language to describe their work that they've never had before.
Oh, that was a really good report. Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Little?
I'd just like to say thank you. The MAP assessment is very clearly broken down for the parents, where it tells us what grade level our student or child's at, but what resources are there for parents? We're talking about resources for teachers, but what about for parents?
Yes, one of the biggest things with MAP is a direct family report. So when your child takes the MAP assessment, what we've asked and encouraged, and even a few weeks ago when students did their sort of spring open house, the learning summits, is to make sure that you're providing those family reports and talking to families about that. We know that we've got room to grow there, right? That's not happening consistently, sort of family by family, school by school, and that's a practice we need to get better at. But that helps you as a parent really see where your child is right now compared to where they should be based on grade level norms. And then the other thing we launched this year, and the team back there really does all of this work, is those parent curriculum communicators. So every 6 weeks, we're putting out, here's what's happening in 4th grade science over the next 6 weeks. Here are some tips and suggestions that you can use at home to help your student with those skills. So knowing where your child is on the family report, using those curricular resources together, is meant to be a resource for families.
Board Member Joya, that's a great question. Good question. Anyone else? Dr. Little, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. I want credit from Annette that I use the word thinking, which has multiple blends in there. TH, NG, NK, like all kinds of stuff.
Thank you very much, and I hope Ms. Lozano gets better.
Yes, thank you.
Our next presenter is, and our next agenda item is number 8, our TEA Conservators Report. Dr.
Good
Barrera.
evening. Good evening, everybody. I won't take much of your time this evening. Just to let you know, to update you, I have turned in the very first report of this whole process. I'll be turning in monthly reports, but at the beginning, we wait 3 months just to get a good feel for what's happening. And so that should be approved and ready for me to share with you at the next board meeting. So I will do that, go through where we are. We will need to still write some goal progress measures for each of the exit criteria goals. And I met with the superintendent this afternoon, and we're thinking about beginning with the governance goal progress measures. Those are the most important, right? Because that's how you govern the school district. And so we'll be I will be sharing the GPCs with you based on the information that I have, which is the initial report from TEA regarding the reason that we have a conservator, right? There was a special investigation and all of that. So a lot of the things that we're going to put in our GPCs are going to be directly related to behavior from the previous board. Because remember, the whole goal for all of this is to develop sustainable systems so that when all of you are gone and the elected board members take your seats, that they're continuing to follow everything that you've put in place. So this, just to let you know, when you read all of these, I don't want you to think, oh my gosh, we don't do that. We don't have that problem. Well, that was the case before. And the information that we have, that we write these goal progress measures from and the exit criteria is based on the initial letter for the appointment and for the assignment. So we'll bring that forth the next meeting to show you what the report looks like. So we said governance in probably April. We will set those in April, and then we will do business and finance in May and special ed in June. We could flip those around if needed, but we are waiting for the audit to come back and also the special ed audit. So we're going to base everything that we're doing based on all the things that are found that are needing improvement, right? And then again, aligning to that letter. So at the next meeting, I'll be sharing the new report, and then our regular cadence will be, I'll just share at the second board meeting, share the report with you, and then it'll be posted on the district website for anybody to view. Any questions, anyone?
Dr. Barrera, I have a question. So
Yes, sir.
those findings that that obviously are going to surface, are those going to be discussed in an open meeting?
The findings the letters are posted on the website, I believe. Okay. If you look on the website, they have the TEA investigative report. That is the one that we're looking at, right? Okay. And then the audit findings, Dr. Sorensen is going to share those publicly so that everybody knows what the audits, what the results of the audits were.
I think he wanted clarity on your report.
Yeah, your report, Ms. Barrera.
What was that?
Your monthly reports that you submit to the agency.
Yeah, those are public. Those are public documents. So I will share those with the public and they'll be posted online.
Okay, good. Thank you for that.
Yeah, we're excited about that.
Thank you.
Members of the board, do you have any questions for Dr. Barrera? Really appreciate the fact that you're here, and I'm glad you're traveling safe and you're taking advantage of the restaurants here in the local community. So thank you for that. Members, do we have any questions for Diana?
No.
Thank you, Dr. Barrera. Okay, our next agenda item is a consent agenda item. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. All right, the next agenda item are closed session. Will be held for the purposes authorized by the Texas Open Meetings Act, Texas Government Code Sections 551.001, 551.000, 551.001, okay, I'm getting these wrong. Government Code Sections 551.001, 551.071, 551.072, 551.074, 551.076, 551.129, 551.082, and 551.0821 concerning any and all purposes permitted by the act, including but not limited to the sections and purposes listed below. I am now calling this, we are now going into closed session. It is 7:32 PM. Ladies and gentlemen, we're back from closed session and it is 9:45 PM. Agenda item number 12 will be action item 12.1, approval of the La Joya ISD school board members to elect the board of directors of Regional Educational Service Center. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 12.1.
Do I have a second?
I second.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item is 12.2, approval of CSP 2025-43, the fire alarm system replacement for Palmview High School through Turnkey Solutions. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 12.2.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 12.3, approval of CSP 2025-45, the fire alarm system replacement for Cesar Chavez Middle School through Turnkey Solutions. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 12.4, approval of CE Local Policy Update Annual Operating Budget Fund Balance. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve item 12.4.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. The following item is item 12.5, consideration and approval of policy DBD, local employment requirements and restrictions. Do I have a motion?
I move to approve 12.5.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. The next item on the agenda is item 12.6, consider and take possible action to propose the non-renewal of term contracts of administrators and teachers at Thelma R. Salinas STEM Early College High School, Jimmy Carter Early College High School, Academy of Health and Science Professions and STEM, and La Joya Early College High School in accordance with the Early College Program Change Reduction in force. Do I have a motion?
I move to propose the non-renewal of the term contracts of administrators and teachers at Thelma R. Salinas, STEM Early College High School, Jimmy Carter Early College High School, Academy of Health and Science Professions and STEM, and La Joya Early College High School, as presented in closed session in accordance with the Early College Program Reduction in Force, and to authorize the superintendent or her designee to provide notice of the same. I further move to authorize the superintendent to retain one or more licensed attorneys to serve as a board designees on any hearings requested on the proposed non-renewal authorized under this motion.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Next item on the agenda is 12.7, consider action regarding level 3 grievance filed by Edric Alvarez. For the record, trustee Gomez is abstaining from this board decision. Do I have a motion?
I move that the board uphold the level 2 decision of the administration and deny the grievance.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, motion carries. Ladies and gentlemen, the next item on the agenda is our calendar. March 13, 2025, Elementary Music Festival Centennial Celebration. March 17th through the 21st is spring break. There'll be no school. March 26, 2025, Centennial Celebration display of 3D school models and Nellie Schubner Central Office Administration Building. March 26, 2025, special called board meeting, student recognition that evening. It'll be held here in this building, if I'm not mistaken. Before we adjourn, Dr. Sorensen or any board members, do you have any comments, Dr. Sorensen?
I will start first and foremost by really encouraging everyone to come out on Thursday, that's tomorrow, for the Elementary Music Festival. It's going to be delightful. I'm very excited to see all of our elementary kiddos for our Elementary Music Festival. But most of all, I am really wishing our entire district a restful spring break. Everybody works so hard, and just unplug, disconnect, restore, rejuvenate, relax, do all the R's, and have fun, or just chill out. You all deserve it. Everybody has worked so hard, and enjoy yourself, but be safe.
Members of the board, do you have anything to add? I'd just like to take this opportunity for those that are here present and those viewing, for everyone to have a safe spring break. We're very grateful for everything that you all do. The presentations that were done tonight, thank you. To you, Blanca, and your team, we can't say it enough. I mean, every day we look at what's going on YouTube or what you're putting on social media, and you're truly a great reflection of what's going on in this great campus of ours. To our new staff, thank you for attending. I see you're still with us, the guy with the beard. I pick on him because he's so quiet. Like, he's just there. Like,
For now, he's new.
Yeah. It's certainly good to see all of you, and y'all did a great job. I mean, I know we don't tell you enough, but we're very grateful for everyone that's here, and for all you do for our kids. And again, I think we're extremely happy, Dr. Sorensen, with all the presentations that you've made. Since you've been here, you were true to your word where you wanted to meet with folks, and you're certainly transparent in the work that you do. So with that, we're very grateful to have you, and to my board members. It's so good to see us all wearing gray as a team. We're very united, and we're all here today. So I'm very grateful to that and to be a part of this family. With that being said, is there a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this meeting at 9:52 p.m.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion.
Meeting is adjourned. All in favor, signify by saying aye. I should have said
Aye.
first. And all opposed, meeting is adjourned.
That was me.